everybody. Welcome. We will be hearing from our 36th witness in the Karen Reed 2.0 trial. What is up, everybody? What is up? Okay. This was the big to-do after you get past, and if you can get past, Shannon Burgess saying and lying about his education or just being, an error. Shannon Burgess is the only person in this trial that's going to say that this event happened between this time, 12:32 and 4 seconds and 12:32 and 12 seconds. However, this did not come right away. This just came in a May 8th report. The guy who he works with over there at Aperture the doctor in his report will just be saying this. Twelve, 31 and 38 seconds. And what's significant about all of this is that if John was hit, he wouldn't have taken out his phone and did whatever and hit the side click bar. He would have called for help if he's able to get hit and then walk 36 steps and has his phone. He's going to call somebody for help. And instead, he just, I'm just going to click my side button and take my 36 steps and just fall over. Okay? This is the nuts and potatoes of the trial for Karen Reed 2.0. Will the jury believe that John O'Keefe was hit by a car? Okay? And this is why Alan Jackson, so I'm working on making a video, and I'm taking all of Alan Jackson's opening statements, because he didn't do the opening last year. He did the opening this year. And so last night I went and I listened to the 45-minute opening statement of Alan Jackson. Because remember, in an opening statement, everything that you say, you want to be able to show the jury at some point during the trial. And Alan Jackson's big thing was, there was no collision. There was no collision. Remember, we have Jennifer McCabe. If the jurors were taking good notes, they would have wrote down every time that Jennifer McCabe said that every time that she texted him. Here, question mark, 12:27. Pulling behind me, 12:31 and some change. Okay? She said she was walking back over to the door, sitting down, walking back over, right? And everyone's like, Lana, why aren't they going to use your data? Okay. Well, because the jury right now, they are going to use the data, trust me. But let me explain this, though. The jury is thinking to themselves that Jennifer McCabe is walking over the door and constantly looking out and constantly looking out and constantly looking out. But they have her constantly looking out at certain points, which how in the world would you have ever missed this collision, right? Well, where I think my data comes into play is that Jennifer McCabe didn't need to be walking back and forth, because you want to show that, hey, from 12:25 to 12:35, Jennifer McCabe doesn't move. Not with her phone, and not with, most importantly, her watch. 12:25 to 12:35. Okay? But yet all of this happens, this is what the trigger is. This Shannon Burgess guy is the only guy that comes out and says in this trial, pushing it to be able to cover an area that would have been after John O'Keefe clicks the lock button. That's the significance in it. But I think Jennifer McCabe had a front row seat to all of this if it really happened, and she would have been sitting in the car. She would have been sitting in the car. 12:25, 12:35, Jennifer McCabe does not move. What happens during that time frame? She calls John. First of all, she texts John at 12:27. Then she calls him at 12:29. Then she writes at 12:31, pulling behind me. The only phone call that she really shied away from in all of this from jump was the 12:29 call, the 7-second call that they had, that she says must have been a butt dial, okay? And then proceeds to say that every call from 12:40 basically, or 12:36, 12:41 to 12:50 was all butt dials as well. The most important call that Jennifer McCabe made that night was, in my opinion, 12:29, and the question is who answered John's phone at 12:29? Where was John's phone at 12:29? The reason I'm bringing this up is because go listen to what Karen Reed said when she's walking out of court, and she says, when they asked her, "What's this? It's me or Jen McCabe," and Karen said, "There's a lot more to that, and you're going to hear about it." So I went back last night and I was listening to all these little tidbits because this is the most important time frame. 12:25 to 12:35, when Jennifer McCabe is not moving at all. It's me or it's Jen McCabe. That means it's my word or it's her word. What are you going to believe? And I believe that Karen's words are going to be able to be backed up and Jen's aren't, because I've already proven that Jen's aren't. 12:25 to 12:35. Then I went one step further and I said, I wanted to look back into Jen McCabe's heart rate. Her heart rate. So I have a lot of people in my family that, my brother-in-law is a surgeon and my sister's a nurse. A resting heart rate when you're about to go to sleep, 66, 60, 70, right in that range. At 12:49 a.m., Jennifer McCabe's heart rate at 12:49 is at 66. It was in the 80s, 90s, and then all of a sudden at 12:49, boom, her heart rate 66. I don't know where. I'm going to show you. $12.49, 66. Between 80 and 85, 81, it's like you're riding in a car. 83. And so I looked to see when Jen would have been riding in a car. 83, 12:15. She's in a car. We know she's in a car at 12:15. But look at this. See, from 12:15, nothing until 12:49. See that? 66. That's like she's about to fall asleep. 66, when she's in her REM. 66. 68, 66, right here. See that? It's like you're sleeping. So I call up my sister and I said, hey, if I was to pass out, okay, let's see clearly here. I want you to see this. 66, then at 12:55, 70, 71. And so I went and looked at her steps, though, between 12:49 and 102. Okay. So then I went and looked at her steps to see, like, was she actually moving at that point? What if I was to, like, see something and I pass out? Like, oh my God, I just pass out. Like, what would it look like when my heart rate did? She's like, yeah. She's like, but you might see a spike and then an immediate drop. Okay. Like, if something was to startle you and you get like all like something to raise your heart and then to be able to, like, to drop it. Whereas she's like, 83, 96, 12:10. We know that she's at the bar walking around. Okay. 83, she's in a car. And then look at 12:15 to 12:49. It doesn't have a reading at all. Right now. When Jen McCabe would have found John at 6:02, 91. Now check out this. 6:02. Again, this huge gap. 6:42 is when her fucking heart rate goes to 122, 121, 118. You want to know when this is? This is when she goes into her sister's house, and Jen McCabe saw something. Okay, she wants to say she went in. We do know that she goes up a flight of stairs in some capacity. So whether she went inside and actually goes downstairs to then come back upstairs to get that one flight, or she says she went right upstairs and I went right in the house and I went right upstairs. You could have also went right in the house, went downstairs, and came upstairs. Really quickly. But Jennifer McCabe, this is right here. See that? Versus 6:02, you find your friend unconscious on the lawn. 91. 94 when she's driving in the car. 99 at 5:38 when Karen basically arrives at the house. 99. But not till you get to 6:42 do you see a unimaginable number there. 122, 121, 118. And it stays like that until 7:08. You want to know what this tells me? It tells me I'm right. I use this type of data to look at them. What was she doing? What was she doing at that point? That's when I believe Jen is being informed for the first time or sees Brian Albert Higgins, and something is noticeable. She's being told something. She's witnessing something. She's hearing something that blows her fucking mind. All right? Link is also in the house. Link is in the house with them. Finding the body, 6:02, 91. You'd expect these numbers here at 6:02. I think she really was like in a little bit of shock. But again, why are we missing 40 minutes worth of data? The only time we're missing 40 minutes worth of data is during the same time of when 12:15 to 12:49. See that big gap? 83, 66. It's like she went into her sister's house and fell asleep. It's like she was in the car and fell asleep, but yet her watch has all these steps. But her phone doesn't. Her phone from 12:15 to 12:49 Mm-mm. But the watch is what's tracking your heart, not your phone. And 12:25 to 12:35, she's not moving at all. Okay, so, but you're not moving at all when you're sleeping either. Supposedly she's sleeping here and she's not registering any steps. So I know that she's not moving during this time when it's registering this. So why isn't it registering anything from 12:15 to 12:49? Just like how it doesn't register anything from 6:02 to 6:42. Again, this is Jen McCabe's info. If you were to show this to the jury, okay? If you were to show this to the jury through an expert that had to track this, and then you show, oh yeah, Jen McCabe's not making any steps. Let me pull something else up. And then we're going to get on over to the, right there. This is just off of John's phone. 12:31 and 56 seconds to 12:32 and 16 seconds. That's the 36 steps. But what people don't want to talk about is right before that, 12:21 to 12:24, the 80 steps. They're only focused on the flight of stairs that register on John's device, the 3 flights of stairs that happen during that time period as well. But there's 80 steps. So what I want someone to talk about, and I think the defense is going to talk about it, is that if it takes you 16 steps to get 1 flight of stairs, okay, you're halfway to basically 80. So he took other steps, not just the steps that would count as the stairs. But remember, the state's saying, the Commonwealth saying that during that time frame, it's because he's in a vehicle and he's going up and down hills. And I'm saying, no, he's actually on Oakdale, and Karen Reed's vehicle is stopped for 52 seconds. You guys, we do this all the time. I'm going somewhere and, hey, oh shit, I forgot something. I'm at someone's house. I get out of my car. What do? I run in really quick. I run upstairs. I grab whatever. It just happened the other day. My son needed something. I'm like, if I go and do it, it's going to happen way quicker. So I pull the car back into the driveway, put it in park, run in the house, run upstairs, grab what I needed, come downstairs, get back in the car. Okay? If I would be like, Jax, get out, be responsible, and go get your things. And yeah, but I'm going to be sitting there for another 5 minutes, and we're running late. So who's going to go do it? Me. We do that shit all the time. And it would take me like that quick to get, oh, by the way, we're keeping track of who's in the courtroom for the over and under. And I had the Glare, James Jackson, and 10 to Life in there. Anybody else yesterday? I had Dina in there. So not only do you have a 3 flights of stairs, but people are forgetting that you have 80 steps with the 3 flight of stairs. So I'll give you 40 of the 80. Okay, sure, they can be with your flight. Okay, but you still have 40. Then I went and double checked one more time because I'm just do what I do. There is no way that Carrie motherfucking Roberts had John O'Keefe's phone. Absolutely no way did she have that phone at 6:15. No way. John takes 180 steps with his phone. Obviously, he's not taking them. Somebody else is. There is no way that Carrie Roberts takes 180 steps between 6:15 and 6:21. Then 173 between 6:26 and 6:36. Nope. But the big one is the flight of stairs that his phone registers at 6:43 and 31 seconds. Between 6:43 and 31 seconds to 6:55 and 5 seconds, John's phone not only is calculating all of these steps during this time frame, okay, but I can't eliminate that Jennifer McCabe does not have the phone. I'm able to eliminate Jennifer McCabe as having his phone. I can't eliminate Matt McCabe, and I cannot eliminate anybody that's in that house. But I also can eliminate Carrie fucking Roberts due to the number of steps and due to watching the dash cam video of Carrie fucking Roberts. that sloth badge is not moving nearly quick enough to be able to register anything like this. 298 steps between 6:55 and 7:04. She should be in a vehicle with Karen Reed. Driving Karen, getting the phone call to turn back around, right? 6:55 to 7:04, 298 steps. And right before that, a flight of stairs at 6:43. Then Trooper Proctor and Yuri Buchanan said that they receive John's phone, and Yuri says that when he gets back to, or when he's at the Canton Police Department, they got there in the morning to arrive, and then before they go to, I believe that they received John's phone and had John's phone at, they said they go back to Canton Police Department before they go to the hospital. And if you look at John's phone, it registers a flight of stairs at 11:19 and 49 seconds. Jennifer McCabe's registers a flight of stairs at 11:23. He registers a flight of stairs at 11:19. That's right when Jennifer McCabe's at her house about to be interviewed by the troopers. And then his phone is turned into airplane mode by 11:56. Right after leaving. So right now I have Matt McCabe is handing the phone off to, and maybe they did it through Jen, but they said that they have John's location services on his phone on, so they should know where John's phone is if it was traveling around and where it is. And I'm just shocked that hasn't come out yet. Maybe it will this trial. So, all right. Just wanted to run that down. Just wanted to give you guys some good information here on Jen's heart rate. But 6:42 to 7:08 a.m. Yeah. Now let's go check out Bev. Remember, the jury's, all they're thinking about right now is that John's phone doesn't move again after 12:32. It never moves again. And the defense is going to have to explain that, in my opinion. And I would do it through showing Jennifer's data and saying that clearly not all the steps are being accounted for, because Jen's saying that she's going over to the door, looking, and here Jen doesn't have any movement from 12:25 to 12:35. That's how I would go about it. And that you can't just go that John wasn't moving anymore because his phone wasn't moving. Jennifer McCabe's clearly moving around and her phone's not, registering. Clearly, this is the easiest case for a reasonable doubt that I've ever seen in my life. I just don't want idiot jurors in the back room going back to deliberate and then talking about the phone. And that, I mean, geez, his phone never moves again right after she leaves, Again, good morning. Good morning, trial watchers. What was the other thing? Oh, at 6:47 a.m., the other reason that her heart rate could have went out of this world is because at 6:40. As long as I don't have any. Okay. At 6:35, supposedly her phone calls her husband, and they talk for 19 seconds, supposedly. Then he calls her at 6:47, and they talk for 18 seconds. And then she rejected a call from him at 6:52. And that is right in Matt McCabe calling Karen, or calling Jen, is right dead smack in the middle of her heart exploding. $6:42 and 59 seconds. 6:47. Call from Matt. It's at 6:47. At 6:47. I'm sorry, at 6:48 as well. 121. Talking to Matt for 19 seconds, like, oh my God, we're still over here. We're still over here trying to fucking get this goddamn, we're busting out her fucking taillight. Oh my God, okay. She can't fucking leave. She can't come back to the house. They section 12 her for a reason. I want to hear what Bill Reed has to say about that. I want to hear if Bill Reed feels differently about how they say everything went down, that he wanted his daughter, like, that she was making suicidal statements and stuff like that. They couldn't have Karen go back to One Meadows where the vehicle was. They needed that vehicle. They kept Karen, the section 12 kept Karen from going to One Meadows to be with her vehicle. $6:42 to 7:08. Jennifer McCabe's heart rate's out of control. That's the time frame that she's, going to walk. She'd already walked in to the Alberts. Okay. Jen's clearly finding something out. And then all of a sudden these phone calls, 3 of them with Jen and Matt's phone, and how it would look is that's how he's creating that. Supposedly what's being said is Jen's calling Matt to let Matt know that they found John's body on the lawn, and that he's like, okay, well, I'll finish getting ready and I'll head over there. Well, sorry, but it takes you longer than 3 minutes to get over there, and you're seen on body cam at 6:38. Also, if she would have had her phone on her when she goes in the house and her watch registers the flight of stairs going upstairs, remember? The phone does not. Just like the night at 2:23 when she goes upstairs, the phone does not. Her watch does. Indicative of not having it with you when you went upstairs. Because when she goes upstairs at 5:38, 5:36, when Karen arrives, both the phone and the watch go upstairs together. So clearly the phone can register stairs or flights. So I'm very, very interested in that time frame of to see if the defense attacks between 12:15 and 12:42 in the morning, or 12:49, and then in the morning 6:35 to 7 a.m. We will be hearing from Christina Hanley. She'll be retaking the stand. They had to break up that ridiculous, they're not going to have Welcher and Shannon Burgess go back to back. So here Lally comes in and it puts him over the 7.5 over under how many witnesses he will deal with in this trial. So Christina Hanley, congratulations. You put the last or over the over under. So also according to Higgins said that he was at 34 Fairview. He had to have gotten there by at least 7. You guys, where's Higgins's Jeep? Where's Higgins's Jeep in the pictures that were taken at that house in the morning? Well, Higgins isn't a dummy. You have to stay behind the vehicles that have the dash cams. So you would be coming from the Chapman side, not the Cedar Crest side, and you would stay behind the vehicles that would have dash cams. No, I don't believe so, because the Chungs took pictures that morning. So I'm pulling back out my pictures that the Chungs took in the morning. Also, the first time that Karen and Jen McCabe talk on the phone after finding John is an outgoing call to Karen from Jen McCabe at 7:21. 7:21. And she didn't answer it at 7:21. Then Karen calls Jen McCabe back 8 seconds later, and they talk for 2 minutes and 19 seconds, and that's it. And I believe that she was on speakerphone. And that would have been in the presence of everybody, including Lank. Alan Jackson said they have an eyewitness that saw John go into the house. That eyewitness is Karen Reed. Now, is Karen Reed going to testify? Or is Alan Jackson just going to rely on, and that's why they let Hank play these clips, because they're going to play clips. Also, Alan Jackson was adamant, saying the evidence is going to show you that John's body was moved. So the portion of the video that I was working on last night is when Alan Jackson's talking about the 5 DNAs on the shoe, the 3 male DNA unknown on his on the back of the taillight. But Alan Jackson said it's consistent with people moving John's body. 5 unknown males on the shoe, consistent with moving his body. John was killed somewhere warmer and then moved. That's what Alan Jackson said in his opening statements. Okay. Great, I have to leave for an appointment at 10, and Bab's going to be late. Well, I believe that the defense is pushing for the judge to strike Shannon Burgess' testimony, we've been like hawks watching and seeing, does anybody see, was there a motion filed? They have to be moving for that. Also, it's going to get really timeliney when Brian Higgins testifies for the defense. Because now a very, very key part of this is Brian Higgins' original testimony said that he would have left somewhere between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and that he would have went to Canton, played parking lot, and then went home. Okay. Well, now we know that we know what time he arrived at Canton Police Department. Okay, so he couldn't have left unless he went somewhere in between. Okay, but more importantly, when he arrives back at the house in the morning, he would have had to have stayed at the Albert's residence all the way up until he goes into the police department the first time with the swipe badge. And that's not till 9:26. 9:26 in the morning. (9:26). He said that he left before, like he said he left before Lank ever arrived to like re-interview Jen McCabe. I've been listening to Higgins's interview or testimony every night before bed at different points. Higgins is fucked. Higgins is absolutely fucked. He most certainly said that he didn't call anybody. Canton PD make a phone call to Jen McCabe's cell phone at 8:38 and 49 seconds in the morning. Nobody talks about that. It was not Jen calling Lank for the first time at 8:59 to say, oh, come back over, I have something to tell you. No. The timeline is that the EMTs notified Canton Police Department that they were missing a shoe. John was missing a shoe. Okay. And then I believe the Canton Police Department call that came from Canton to Jen at 8:38 and 49 seconds was for two reasons. It was lasted 2 minutes and 45 seconds, and it was to talk about the wellness check that they went over to the house and nobody answered the door. And it was to say something about that shoe. Also, then Jen calls Lank at 8:59 to tell him supposedly to come back over. And him and Gallagher go together. I know for a fact the defense has to have a timeline of all of this that they're going to present to the jury. They have to have a guide. They said, here, we're going to give you this material, this material, this material, this material, all this stuff. We want you to create a timeline of everything that's going on with everything as a whole and put it on a timeline. Oh, the fan's done. I can't believe this. 9:25. What the fuck, Bev? I'm so sick of your ass. Also, the jury would have to believe this. If you want to believe the Commonwealth's version of events, you have to believe this. That Karen and John arrive to 34 Fairview with the Waze app, okay? That John's sitting in the passenger seat, she's sitting in the driver's seat, and then when they get there, that they sit in that car together, just them, okay? From 12:24 and 38 seconds until 12:31 and 33 seconds, okay? So for 5 minutes, they sit in a car, and John at 12:25 views Higgins as saying, "You coming here?" Then 12:27 sees, but not until after the phone call, at 12:29 does he see here ? Then answers the phone call at 12:29, and that's when he sees the 12:27 text. And just wouldn't be responding to these people. Like viewing Higgins' thing for 2 seconds at 12:25, continuing to sit in a car for 5 minutes. Not writing anything back like, "Oh yeah, we're here, we'll be right in." Nothing.
You are unmuted.
I love how some of you guys are watching them.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
God, get the fuck out of here. 9:27, she comes out, and then she says, "Can I see you for a sidebar?" Priceless, absolutely priceless. All right, today's first bingo. There you go. Those are your first words. We're doing a 2 rows or columns, and the winner, we're starting with a big bang today. We're carrying over the money from yesterday and adding the $5 that would have been this bingo for a 2 row or 2 column bingo. It's the only way you can do it. You can have either 2 rows or 2 columns. You can't have a row and a column. Okay. This is called same-sex bingo. 2 rows or 2 columns, not 1 and 1. Not opposite. Same. Same-sex bingo. $25. We rolled over the 20 from yesterday that nobody got. So $25 to this bingo winner. Register your cards now. I get notified. Because not only does Bev want to buy you a Bev today, okay, but she wants to get you the whole damn meal. She said, "I've been wasting your time, and I'm going to need to make up for it." Okay? And reminded me, Tony, when I sent you that Cash App yesterday, I didn't have the other 2 bingos that you had gotten in there. So I just sent that to you. Check your Cash App there, Tony. Nan, the glare, and Elisa are there. Yes. So we're keeping track of those for the over and under. Why are they wearing their coats? I need the $25. I'm in Texas and my AC isn't working. Hell yeah, you do. Saba. Let me get a Saba, Bev. So, yeah, the jury would have to believe that they're sitting in a car. The outside, mind you, they just see the videos of how, like, social they are, you know? Everything's all upbeat, right? They just sit in a car for 5 minutes, right? And then John gets out, but ignores everybody and everything. And that nobody would have come up to their car. Over here to your left, right there, next to the glare, to the left, she's in white. Somebody asked where. She's to the left in white. That's who I have. Yeah. Yeah, she was there yesterday. I don't know if she was in the courtroom yesterday, but I know that she was there yesterday. Have you guys seen Alessi's muscles? Can we talk about this? I think for charity, Alessi and Alan Jackson should arm wrestle for charity. What do you think? I think Alessi and Alan Jackson should arm wrestle. Alessi makes himself seem like Bobby is ripped. He's ripped. That was on my list to talk about at lunch. I let the cat out the bag. We're going to be talking about Bobby's muscles at lunch. I'm telling you, I think Alessi could take on Turtle Boy and the Glare at the same time. Twofer. Little Bobby Alessi here, I want to know everything about him. That's what we're talking about at lunch. I did a deep dive on Bobby Alessi. I was like, I want to know who found him, how they found him. Wanted to know what cases he's ever done. He does Fortune 100 company cases. We have it that he's doing this free, pro bono. Yeah, they are starting. Ooh. So, vocab daddy, right? Oh my God, he's on it. He's a fucking brain.
Good morning, jurors.
Okay, here we go.
So an issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take time. The cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether no filming. All right, send you back, and we're going to get back.
Get the fuck out of here.
All right, now I'll see counsel.
Hank Brennan. My money's on Hank Brennan. Okay, my money's on Hank Brennan. Or, I'm sorry, but the eye rolling. If the O'Keefes have been eye rolling and the jury is seeing this, okay, are you paying attention to that? I mean, to ask every single juror question here. To have to ask all of them, this tells me that it's something courtroom related. So that's what it tells me. If you're asking all of them, you're not just talking to like one or two of them, three of them, you're talking to watch this. You guys ready to see this? We'll go like this. Let's get emergency request for review per supplemental order regarding the buffer zone. We got that in. We got now comes Erica Walsh, a citizen of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and pursuant to the court's May 15, 2025 supplemental order regarding the buffer zone, requests immediate review of a restriction imposed by the Massachusetts State Police. The court's order says, in relevant part, quote unquote, any person whose activity has been restricted by an officer enforcing this order may request review by a judge of the Superior Court, which request shall be heard as very quickly. Going to expedite it. Specifically, Walsh was arrested for purportedly trespassing despite being on a public sidewalk merely for wearing a sweatshirt that says, "Criminals control Norfolk County." Walsh's First Amendment protected activity was unlawfully restricted, taking action against her merely for the contents of her sweatshirt, which did not interfere with the administration of justice or influence any trial participant, nor intended to do so, is a blatant violation of her rights. The trespass statute is a pretext. She had a lawful right to be present. She was arrested where she stood, allegedly trespassing. In light of the foregoing, immediate review is required. Okay. Jason Grant's emergency request for review. Jesus, what happened over there? Jason Grant sought to stand across the street from the Norfolk Superior Courthouse holding an American flag and a Bible verse. Now the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. The Massachusetts State Police denied him access to a traditional public forum, applying the court's buffer zone order to now prohibit purely patriotic and or religious speech. Oh my God. The fuck out of here. Whackadax. There's always something. Karen Reed Trial Watchers. Let's see. Okay. According to Ms. Burkhart, she believes that this is to make an evidentiary record. Remember all the issues last time? And so, you got Bob Alessi over here, guns blazing. You got guns blazing over here, Bobby, who is on it like, no, you're not going to do it like this. This is how you're going to do things. As well as now I think everybody else on the team has to have them do everything by the book. Everything needs to be documented. Okay. So Jesus. It is going to Boston Thursday. The lawyer got the hearing up there. I don't know what that's about. Let me take a look here. Is Miss Kelly in chat? I'm going to call over at the American Legion. Karen Reed trial day 20 starts off with more shenanigans and scandals, says Turtle Boy. Each juror is being brought up individually to be questioned by Auntie Bev. No idea what this is about, but of course this happens in this trial. Reading the jury is the only way Hank Brennan can avoid an acquittal. Julie Grant a day ago says, "This is huge." Hank Brennan linked the backing maneuver at 12:32:04 to 12:32 and 12 seconds a.m. by the defendant's SUV with John O'Keefe's cell phone stopping at 12:32 and 9 seconds to be part of the same event. This also corroborates the defendant saying, "I hit him." She's insane. Julie Grant needs to be fucking fired. What a sham. What a shame. Wow. I think it's hilarious how people think this is about somebody that doesn't have a bachelor's degree. This is about somebody who was lying about it. See, but you have to go and look at this stuff. This is why, Jesus. Heather, I'm not following this case that closely, but is anyone else questioning why Karen, the defendant, she's always smiling and laughing going into court? She's crazy. 24,000 people viewed that. Whoever this Heather random jazzy soul gal is on Twitter, 24,000 fucking people saw that. Unbelievable. And then here's Jennifer Coffindaffer. Today, forensic digital expert for the prosecution, Shannon Burgess, testified. Karen Reed's attorney asked Burgess if his educational information on his company's website was correct. He correctly responded, no. How did Alessi know the information was incorrect? Because Burgess provided his CV that indicated he had not graduated with his BS degree yet. Who is to blame? Aperture. You see, Aperture hired a company to set up their website. They forwarded the company information on their experts. Typically, experts don't look themselves up on their websites. They just don't. They give their CVs to their company and trust that they'll publish the information correctly. In this case, the words "in progress" should have been next to his information. It wasn't. Burgess isn't responsible for this mistake, but Aperture should correct it and make a post. In a perfect world, should Burgess have looked at the website? Yes. My admin makes me double check mine with every update, but I have an amazing administrative assistant. Karen Reed's LinkedIn says she is still a faculty at Bentley University. She isn't. Doesn't make her a liar. It just means she didn't update her account. These people. The defense loves to throw out diversions to distract from the data. Why? The data hurts the defense immensely. What was the data? Okay, so I need everybody over here to understand why I'm so adamant about what the fuck I'm saying over here is because you're going to have people in that fucking room, and I just don't want to see Karen Reed go through a mistrial. And so the defense needs to say that in their closing arguments, that all of you guys should be super confused right now. That's how I would start it off. All of you guys should be super confused right now. You guys were just thrown a book, and we read these chapters completely out of order. We tried to help you guys out and start all over with our turn, okay? But you should be completely confused. You shouldn't know how John died. You can't possibly say that you know how John O'Keefe is dead. And because of that, that is the definition of reasonable doubt. We're not asking you to go back to that room and say that Karen Reed's innocent. We're asking you to say that the truth, which is you have no idea what happened. And you can't possibly say that you do, because you heard from a bunch of qualified people here, and it could be this and it could be that, right? But there's something that you did not, there's not one single person that said that his body was on the lawn. Data can be right sometimes, data can be wrong sometimes, okay? Glitches happen. But to sit here and decide a murder over, like, that's what I would be moving. That's how I would be going about it. Because you're going to have people in that back room that are going to be saying, you guys, his phone stopped moving. Okay. So either you're going to say he got attacked by a dog right then and there. Okay. Or he got hit by a car right then and there. That's what you're going to have people in that back room saying. And they're going to raise their hands. How many people think he got hit by a car? How many people think that he was attacked by a dog? And you're going to have half the room, half. You're going to need somebody in that room to say, okay, great. You guys half think that he was hit by a car, and half you guys think that he was attacked by a dog, and there was a fight. Okay? The only person that can get on that stand and tell a different story is Karen Reed. If she actually knows and she has information that she's kept to herself this entire time, which I believe she does. I personally believe that. The defense has shown all these people as liars, right? But if somebody goes back into that room and says, listen, guys, would you remember everything that you said? And if you said something a little bit different or da-da-da. You need those jurors to go back to that room, and you need to say, I'm asking you guys to go back to that room and ask each other, who can stand up and say with 100% certainty that they know what happened on 12/29/2022 from what you have seen during these last however many days? And I would tell the jury, I'm sorry, but I would say anybody that's going to go back to that room and say that they can do that and recite that and say, yep, I can. Here, let me go. I'll start first. And then read off why and what they've seen to, like, it's impossible. This is why we have a jury system. That would be unreasonable. The state, the Commonwealth didn't prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. You shouldn't have a doubt as to what? Then you would just list off all these things. But reading this shit on Twitter, reading how people that are educated are thinking, come on. You're going to have to explain that, great, you think that she's guilty, and you think that that's what you think. That's what you think. You don't know. You do not know. And because you don't know, that is the definition of reasonable doubt. And you must acquit on this account, this right here, this count. You don't know. You can think she's guilty. You can think she's innocent. But you were not put in this position to go back to a deliberating room and to vote on what you think. You have to put aside what you think. What do you know? Michael Gaffney. Turtle Boy doesn't have a degree in journalism, nor does the Glare, etc. Cry on, free Karen Reed. 32,000 people. People are taking it that the defense attacked a guy based on, and remember I said, like, guys, I have mixed opinions about this, right? I know where this is headed, and it better be more than just like, you don't have the degree. It needs to be exactly what I saw it for, is that, okay, why you keep writing, continuing, you're almost there, pending, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's weird. 2008, you know. I just can't believe that neither side is not saying the obvious, which is nobody should know what the fuck happened. I don't know what happened. Do you guys know what happened? Nobody knows what happened. I think it's unreasonable that every single person that says that they were there, came and went, didn't see a body on the lawn, and you want me to convict for somebody hitting him, and when another person's saying that they're continuously watching out the fucking window and waiting for a car to arrive. That's right there. It's over. And then their own ME won't label it a fucking homicide. So why aren't people just like, that's who I want to debate. I want to debate mainstream media and to say, listen, I don't care what you think. I don't want you to care what I think. What can you prove? What can you prove? And I can't prove that Karen Reed is innocent, and I can't prove that Karen Reed is guilty. That is reasonable doubt. And so how you wouldn't be able, I want to have a panel of people sitting around and say, you guys know that that's what the definition is. So raise your hand and say, would you vote not guilty due to reasonable doubt? And anybody that doesn't raise their hands is fucking lying. And I want to know those people. I want to see somebody really naturally raise their hand, because I want to know who are the ridiculous people. I can't prove. Also, I don't have the discovery. Maybe if I had the discovery, I could prove more. But it's not on us to prove Karen Reed innocent, but it is on them to prove Karen Reed guilty. And you can't prove she's guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Yeah, I got the bites. Thanks. I can see how it would come across that the defense is making a big deal about his education. And I think more for me, though, it's like you're coming in here on May 8th with a new, like, that's the stuff that was for me. You're coming in on May 8th with a new report. You've never supplemented before, ever in a trial that you've ever done. You said that you never testified in a federal case. Yet paperwork was submitted, though, in a federal court case with your CV. But I don't think he was. I don't necessarily say he was. What I think he was lying about was his communication with Hank Brennan and why he did what he did. He just took it upon his own initiative to do what he did. That's not what fucking experts do. That's not what or if they do it, they call you and they'll talk to you and they'll say, hey, I was looking over some stuff again. But why were you looking something over in May when you had the guy's report in March? So I was on the phone with good old Sherry last night. Sherry D, you in this bitch? Ready for what I was telling Sherry? I said, Sherry, let me tell you what I would ask this jury. I would ask this jury, I would say, hey, picture you're my kid and you're 18 years old and you're getting ready to go off to college. And I say, hey, me and your father, we're going out to dinner. We'll be back. Okay. We leave. We come back. You're still in the same position that you were when we left. And we have a brown paper bag. What's in the brown paper bag? What do you think's in the brown paper bag? Sherry's like, Lan, are you fucking serious? I'm like, I'm serious. What do you think's in the brown paper bag? How many people say leftovers? How many people say, well, Lan's just an amazing person and she brought her kid home dinner. So it would just be it wouldn't be technically leftovers. It would be an actual meal for my kid. Oh, yeah, that's actually a possibility too, isn't it? How many people would say throw up? You said, wait, what? Throw up? Like puke? Yeah. How many people think that there's puke in the bag? Now, everyone's like, puke? Wait, I could see it could be leftovers, or, oh yeah, you brought dinner back for your kid. Puke? How the fuck could it be puke? Well, you're never going to believe this, but your father over here, fucking we're driving home, okay? And all of a sudden he starts feeling like absolute shit, and he starts throwing up, and he goes to grab the fucking bag that we had, and he throws up in it, and he has food poisoning. None of us know what's in that fucking bag, right? All those options to me are plausible. You need more information as to then eliminate things that it couldn't be. Well, I definitely know that it wouldn't be, I don't know, a bag full of fucking condoms, okay? But you thinking something and knowing something are two totally different things. My kid could expect there to be food in that bag for him. He could expect there to be leftovers, okay, in that bag for him. Was he thinking that, holy shit, there could have been food or leftovers for him, and then there's puke now in it because fucking daddy over here just got fucking sick because we had bad sushi? And now you're like, okay, well, let's figure it out. Let's call the restaurant. Let me see your receipt. How many meals did you order? Did you even order a to-go meal for me? That's how you can eliminate if ever was in that bag, a to-go meal for my kid. How else can you figure out? Oh, let's see if dad went and got up to go to the bathroom at all when he was there eating at the restaurant. Let's go get the fucking surveillance cameras. Let's see what the hell is going on. Let's see if we can see what was being packaged in the bag so that we can know what's in that bag. But then it goes into a vehicle that is just me, your father, and that bag. Okay, and my car is not fucking dash cammed inside. So we get the cameras back, and I went to the bathroom once, and Dad went to the bathroom 3 times. 3 times in 2 hours, and I went 1 time. I just went to wash my hands, though. Well, yeah, Dad went to wash his hands once. He peed once. Okay, why did he go a 3rd time? Well, how many drinks did Dad have? Maybe he had way more drinks than you, Mom. And so he had to pee before you guys left. Or he was getting sick, right? And guess what? We went to the restaurant where they actually take your food back and they package it up for you. So therefore we couldn't see if there was a to-go meal or if it was packaged up in the back that's actually to-go food. We don't know what the fuck's in the bag. Nobody knows. Nobody should know what the fuck happened in this case because this case is so fucked up. Nobody should know. You should be coming back saying, fuck yeah, Lana couldn't prove her case that there was actually puke in there. The dad's over here saying, your mom's fucking crazy. I wasn't sick. And there's no puke in that bag. Go get your food, son. And I'm over there like, you don't want to open that bag. There's puke in there. And then the next morning it's garbage day and nobody touched the bag. So the bag got thrown away in the garbage and the garbage guy comes, takes it away. We never knew what was in the bag. Like they need to use an example like that. They need to use some type of an example where there's these possibilities and certain things could make sense, but you don't know. You don't know. And nobody should be able to go back in that courtroom and back in that area and be deliberating and saying that they fucking know what the fuck happened in this case. And then I would point out the things that if they would have done this, could we have found out this? Yeah. If they would have done this, could you guys possibly get this out of it? Sure. If they would have done the interviews at the police department and had them on recording and they were recorded, they had their phones, use those if they had to make a recording. Like point out all the things that there's things that could have been done in this case, should have been done in this case, but these people chose to do things this way knowing that that's not how they've ever done a case before. Why? And you can't just say, oh, because it's snowing outside. The fuck are you talking about? You want people going back to that room saying that they can agree on at least something, which is that nobody knows. And if we can get everybody to agree on that, like nobody knows, then that's how Karen Reed comes back with an acquittal. We can't have ignorant people going back to that room and saying, I know Karen Reed killed him. I know he would, or I know Karen Reed didn't, hit him. We need people going back to that room saying, we don't know. Nobody knows. Because what I read on social media here is fucking absolutely horrible. I think all these people have lost their minds. But no one's ever writing things like, I don't care what side you are on. We're reading a book backwards. We're reading a book from at different chapters. Everything's all over the place. Like, nobody should know anything. Unless you were handed the cheat, like the test, before the test was presented. But that's not what I see on social media. I see just a bunch of fucking idiots. I can say 100% beyond any shadow of a doubt that the Commonwealth didn't prove to me that John O'Keefe was struck by a vehicle, because there's other possibilities. But you're going to have people go back in that room and they're going to say John O'Keefe's phone never fucking moved after 12:32 in 9 seconds. Like, okay, because then they're going to have people back in that room saying, okay, great. How did they move his phone if they're going to be carrying John and placing him on the lawn and his phone is in his pocket? It's still going to register steps. How did they get it from not registering any steps from the moment of 12:32 and 9 seconds? And I'm going to tell you, there's one way to get a jury to see it that way. One way. And that is that those last 36 steps, that vehicle then entered into a vehicle that stayed outside, and that's where it stayed until it started then moving at 6:02 and 30 seconds in the morning. People can get behind that. You have to give the jury something to go back to that room with, to say that this could be a possibility. And right now, none of them are thinking that John O'Keefe took his 36 last steps and got into a vehicle, or that that phone's last 36 steps got into a vehicle. And they need to hear that. They need to hear that that's a possibility. And they need to hear that John's phone, there's a possibility that John's phone was not underneath him, like they say, right? And nobody wants to talk just about like the reality of it. The reality is that you're going to go back to that room, and there's going to be people like there are right now on the internet that are all one way this way and all one way that way. And how do you get people to come back and say, like, well, then can we at least say that she's not guilty by reasonable doubt? Because, okay, you guys clearly feel so strongly like that way, and you guys feel so strongly about this way, but we need somebody in that room to say, okay, I see it as both of you guys have great arguments, so why aren't we saying not guilty because that could be true, or this could be true? Isn't that what we're supposed to do? Isn't that what the law says that we're supposed to do? You have to have people in that, going back to that jury room and speaking just how I am, to get two sides to say, yeah, okay. And the only side that's not going to say that, wait, so that means that she's going to be acquitted if we do not, if it's, yeah, but that's what we're supposed to do. That's the law. I'm not going to move you from that you're saying that she's guilty, right? I just have to move you to saying that she could have potentially not have done this. You have no doubt in your mind that she did this. And then I'm going to say, okay, you're going to explain to all of us how you have no doubt. And those of you guys that are the non-guilters, each time that he points something out that can be poked at, you got to be ready to say, oh, wait, hold on. You just said this, but I have it that you guys remember this part. That's how that's going to have to go on. And then where's Karen? Listen to these people on Twitter. Karen's looking at another mistrial. I don't want to see Karen get a mistrial. Are you kidding me? A fucking mistrial? Well, it's better than being fucking found guilty, Lana. Yeah, I guess it is. It's better than that, sure. You don't think that they're going to try her a third time? They're going to try her a third time. They're going to try her until fucking she's either found guilty or not guilty. This is crazy. This is crazy that adults cannot really be in the same room and say, hey, because I think the strongest point that they have is that the phone stops at 12:32 and 9 seconds. That's the case. That's the Commonwealth's strongest piece of evidence. And I'm a person that's Karen Reed's innocent, okay? I made Karen Reed as innocent. I'm also a realist. Okay. John O'Keefe's phone stops moving at 12:32 and 9 seconds. Well, I want the jury to see that John could have left his phone in the vehicle when he would have went up to check and see if they were invited. Karen then realizes that she has John's phone in the car. That's when Higgins walks over. She's the one that answers the 12:29 call from fucking Jennifer McCabe. And when Higgins walks over and he says, dude, if you don't fucking tell him what's going on, I am. I'm not doing this. I have no idea what the fuck you're up to, Karen. Like, you say, blah, blah, poor me, poor my, and then here you come waltzing in the fucking waterfall bar like everything's fucking great. Yet you're over my house wanting to ride on it. Don't fucking put me in the middle of your guys' bullshit. And then she's like, you know what? I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like, this is going to be a scene. And then she's about to leave. Oh, fuck. I have his car. I have his phone. Sam's on the brakes. She gets out of the car and says, here, John's phone's in here. Make sure he gets it home okay. Gives Higgins the phone. Higgins is the person that was walking, and he was getting ready to go to his vehicle. He gets into his car, and then he's debating whether or not to leave or not, and then goes back into the house but doesn't take John's phone with him. Higgins confronts him. Colin Albert, Brian Albert make fun of John, like, oh man, your fucking girl, like, blah, blah, blah. And then shit fucking goes wild. You need to explain that fucking phone stopping has nothing to do with John's being alive or dead. That John being incapacitated or not. And then you would use Jennifer McCabe's phone and watch data to prove that if Jennifer McCabe is saying she's walking like she's walking, look at 12:25 to 12:35, no movement whatsoever on her phone. None. No movement on her watch. None. 12:25 to 12:35, the most important time. Then she basically almost flatlines at 12:49. Not a total shocker that after that brutal beatdown, they come in guns blazing. No. Lana could be asking if the vote, the not guilty right now. No. Okay. Bye. Man, they're banging back some White Claw. Turtle Boy. Did Shannon Burgess ever attend any four-year college? Why would he finish 3 years of his bachelor's degree and then instead of finishing up the last year, he enrolls at a 2-year community college to get an inferior degree that takes longer to get? The lawyer you know, did Bill Gates or Oprah Winfrey ever put on a resume that they graduated from a college they hadn't graduated from? That's what I said. I was like, dude, we said it over and over. It's not that you can't be an expert with an AA. It's that you just can't lie about your credentials. That's how I feel. You could fucking be an expert without an AA.
Drive your car into John. I did not drive my car into John. Didn't reverse it. Did not hit John with my car.
I think she slammed on the brakes.
Any chance this was an accident? There's 0 chance this was an accident.
China is putting gay chemicals in the vapes, coupled with fruity pina colada flavoring agents. Many nicotine enjoyers in this country are on the business end of an all-out circus of predatory endocrine warfare. Life isn't meant to be a strawberry margarita sideshow for flamers, okay? So my team and I have partnered with Tucker Carlson and Alp Pouches to help pivot away from the blight of vaporized Chinese homosexuality. Questions?
What the fuck?
Which means every criminal case that he appeared in could be overturned.
And wow.
Shannon Burgess, what do you think about his performance? I had to get him on here, so how do you feel?
Incredible.
I had no choice but to hear you.
Do you
Do you want to bring it over?
I will, Your Honor. I will.
That it is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case.
What's the biggest healthy food that's actually harmful?
Talk about anything but this case. Oh, gosh. Breaking news. Shannon Burgess has been fired by Aperture and hired by Cellbrite. Fuck shit. Dead. Good morning as we start. This is John DePietro show. Good morning as we start day 20 of the Karen retrial. I'll be posting updates here. Yeah, how are those updates coming? Let's see. Updates? Or are you still spoofing? What are you doing? Where are your updates, buddy? Updates. Yeah. Update my ass.
Going to prove the data's wrong. Is Alessi going to attack the data? Is he going to prove the data's wrong? I don't really think he did. I don't really think he can. But I also don't really think he needs to as the defense's theory of the case. And what I mean by that is the data can be right. And if you can prove John O'Keefe kept walking and kept using his phone after the backup event, which he got this witness to admit, every triggering event or text stream event, whatever verbiage you want, whatever parlance you want to use.
Yeah.
If John O'Keefe kept using his phone, maybe Karen Reed just backed up and then left and went home. Maybe she backed up to try to say something to John O'Keefe. He was already inside. Whatever. Jurors' minds will run wild on what they think could happen. Maybe John O'Keefe walked in the house, dropped his phone on the counter because he didn't want to talk to Karen Reed the rest of the night, hung out with his buddies. I don't know.
In those two exhibits, your two.
Exactly. We're speaking the same language here. I think Peter's wrong though with, you can't say that he just put it down on we're talking about a pocket state. Okay, we're talking about a pocket state now, meaning that it never sees the light of day until 6:02 in the morning. How's that possible? And I thought to myself, well, if he put it in his back pocket after he got beat up, then when he was moved, I'm like, yeah, that's not going to work because as he's getting moved when he would have been placed there. And so the only way that could be is that if somebody started moving him and placed him there at 6:02 in 30 seconds, that you would then have a minute. There's no way. There's just fucking no way. I don't think that's possible. I think it sounds in a vehicle. In a vehicle that sat outside and it slowly went down, like it said, and then all of a sudden, there's no data on the battery temperature from 1:30 to 6 o'clock in the morning. How? What the fuck are you doing, Bev?
We actually missed the turn, and John says to me, "It's there. We just passed it. It's back there. It's on my left." I said, "All right." So I pull nose into a driveway, back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John, and you can clearly, and this will probably be played on audio, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the side of the garage. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door, I have high heels on, and now you hear me walk in, go the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door, you hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41. I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the earlier morning, January 29th.
This is continued.
Karen Reed says yesterday that they think that John died around 12:30, 12:35 the morning before. Like finding him. When I first heard that, I thought she meant in court that when that clip was played, I thought she meant that she found out that he died at 12:30 or 12:35. And I was like, wait, she texted Higgins at 7:54. So she comes out and says that, we think that he died around 12:30, 12:35. Okay. Meaning that, she's saying that we think that. She's talking like her and her team think that John O'Keefe suffered his injuries between 12:30 and...
We approach from the north. We actually missed the turn. And John says to me, "It's Fairview, we just passed it. It's back there. It's on my left." I said, "All right." So I pull nose into a driveway, back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John, and you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door, I got high heels on, and I hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door, and hear me walk in the kitchen. It's
That's correct. That's correct. That phone call originated on the informatic system of the vehicle. And it was it's interesting because it's like later, it's 12:42 and some change.
That's at 12:41. I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think we died right around 12:25, 12:30 on earlier in the morning of January 29th.
This is continuing.
So
we approach.
Then they truly think that this was an ambush. Because then everybody would be lying about not seeing a body on the lawn. But if you actually look and see where John truly was on the lawn, he was, I think, tucked between the two little bushes. And then that would be them walking him. The 84 steps would be him being carried and drug out and laid over there at 12:32 and 9 seconds. And that puts Karen still there though. Let me ask the questions. Why wouldn't you call your boyfriend if he's not coming back out to the car? You would call him before you're about to just pull away and leave. There'd have to be a reason that you didn't. Right? So why not start making the phone calls at 12:31? If he, or at 12:29 or 12, to say, hey, what are you doing? Are you coming out here? Like, or are we staying? What's going on? Well, I know for me, I would never be calling somebody's phone or texting somebody if I don't think they have their phone. If I know that they left their fucking phone in the car, like, oh my God, because he had it out for Waze and it was sitting right here because I was looking at it and using it. I mean, the phone calls start instantaneously at 12:33 in whatever seconds. And then every time it rings, once it gets to the voicemail, she's hanging it up, calling it again, hanging it up, calling it again, hanging it up, calling it again, hanging it up, calling it again. Like, that's what's happening. And then the seventh one, which she went back outside and left the message of, I fucking hate you. Okay. And then the pervert one comes second. I don't know where I fucking hate you would come into play. But now go with my theory, which is Higgins approaches the fucking car door, all right, and said, yo, what's up? Like, what are you doing? And now that would be a reason that and he's like, drunk and saying that he's gonna, make a scene. Why not the voicemail to say, I can't believe that you fucking just like ran off? Like, are you really just having me sit out in the car here? You know that I'm waiting for you. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, are we staying here? Are we invited? What's going on? What would lead to leaving the messages, I fucking hate you? I fucking hate you. I'm supposed to be over here, like, wondering, like, seriously, you're not coming back out to my car? There goes a ring. You can ring my bell. Beth gives it a membership. Beth gives it a membership. Beth gives it a membership. Beth. BBs. 72, welcome. If CW was telling us it was puke, but we saw a video of you in a driveway. In a drive though? Yeah, sure. We need evidence, right? Sue from Boston is saying Bev is talking to jurors individually. What's going on, Lana? That's exactly what's happening right now. Bev's talking individually to jurors because Bev wants answers about something and wants an individual answer. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I just wish that Karen wouldn't have talked, because I think Karen was trying to make sense of certain things, or, you know, what she... I'm hoping there's a lot more clips that are played by the defense. I think that there have to be. Like, this is clearly clipped. We know it's Hank Brennan. So we'll see. But for the record, Karen Reed does not say anything about ways, and that we just, like, she doesn't say that the ways was telling us that we missed the fucking street. So is Karen Reed talking about the first time over there and being over there by Oakdale? And she's just saying, you know, when she's doing these interviews in 2023 and 2024, I'm sorry, but so we'll see. I'm sitting around. Any tweets from Will or Anna? No, they're at the bar. I'm just kidding. No one's tweeting. The jurors are being talked to individually. Ted Daniels. The Commonwealth is set to call an unknown witness to testify out of order this morning in its case against Karen Reed. Breaking news. Again, day 20. The Commonwealth is set to call an unknown witness. Now this is something I can look at now. An unknown witness. Out of order. Did Bev rule on her Sullivan sluts yet? Let's see. Again, this is allegedly from Court TV. Jennifer Coffin-Neffer says, all jurors in the Karen Reed murder trial are being interviewed by Judge Canone. Obviously, something was said or done, and Judge Canone is attempting to see if any of the jurors have been affected. So concerning. Hope Judge Canone gets to the bottom of it and that it does not affect Judge Canone. Why would it affect Judge Canone? What the fuck are you talking about? What the hell is that? What is wrong with these people? Carson, are you at the Legion? What do we got going on down there? Didn't you make a phone call? I mean, has Jennifer lost her mind? In my opinion, 1/3 of the jury are not college graduates. 50% are not on LinkedIn. This, no idea what defense is talking about. What? John DePietro show? In my opinion, 1/3 of the jury, they are not college graduates. 50% are not on LinkedIn. This, no idea what defense is talking about. That's since been deleted by John DePietro show that he posted yesterday or this morning at 8:51 a.m. DePietro was taking photos of the jury while everyone was distracted by a sidebar. What? On 5/8/2025? No fucking way. Is this what the issue is in the courtroom this morning? Funny he took down the post. This is called jury tampering. Taking photos of the jury on live television, stalking jury's LinkedIn accounts, and dying they have been MD dying. What? They haven't been to college? Crazy. Free Karen Reed, ask his buddy John McCabe. What's going on? These people, can we see what is this? Yeah, I have it right up. It has his phone out, but you're allowed to have your phone out. That, you know what's interesting is that this is on 5/8/2025. That's the same day of the report that was written in this. Who's the Pietro exactly? Who the fuck are you? Oh my God. Sue O'Connell. We were told to leave and take all electronic devices with us. Sometimes we leave laptops during recesses. We are not allowed on the second floor where the courtroom is. All hell's breaking loose. What a waste of a fucking morning. I agree. Spicy chicken nuggets. I could be doing so many things right now. Let's do those things. 47 minutes ago, the courtroom was cleared out and the judge said she needed to speak with jurors individually before the start of testimony on Wednesday in the Karen Reed retrial. Following updates. WCVB TV Boston. An issue has come up, says Judge Ganam. Missy says, I can't believe Karen Reed put her life in the hands of an attorney that has never done a criminal trial. Bob Alessi. The Cleveland Browns, we've signed quarterback Sanders. Sorry. "34 minutes ago, Michael Walsh, Judge Canone has ejected the First Amendment from the courtroom in the Karen Reed trial. Potential jury tampering afoot." What the fuck is going on? Ah, fuck, shit.
Did not hit John with my car.
Is there any chance this was an accident?
There's zero chance this was an accident.
Circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even started. Circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of.
It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Are you aware that there's no degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, called a Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Yes, I am, and that is one of the errors I.
Oh my God! Are you aware there is no such degree? And he's like, you bet I am. This guy's getting killed. Sir, do you recall when you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree of any kind?
Sure, I do. Around 2008.
So you started. What? What? I gotta hear that again.
2008.
So you started pursuing. You and I both had very different hair back then, sir. There's people in my chat who weren't alive.
Yeah.
And what is that document?
So this document appears to be my CV.
We have jury issues. Each juror is being asked to the sidebar for questions. One by one, we may not have live court for a while, and we may have bigger issues. And the Karen Reed.
In there, especially like the Waze app, whether it's the GPS, but I think.
So what do you think Julie is doing tonight? Who the fuck is Julie? VP of Human Resources for Aperture. Fuck no, that's hilarious. Shannon says, what do you guys think Julie is doing tonight? I said, who's Julie? Well, Julie Massey. She's the Vice President of Human Resources at Aperture. Fucking A. Sleuthy Goosey says, I knew this was coming when she started the morning several days ago by reprimanding the jury. Yeah, remember the jury wasn't supposed to make any fucking faces and shit? Bev needs to speak to every juror individually with counsel at sidebar. So this will take a while. If you want to join us to watch old testimony, maybe former Trooper Proctor, who knows? Everybody is talking about this fucking post that John DePietro just showed. Could it be because of this tweet? This fucking idiot at 8:51 a.m. said 1/3 of the jury are not college educated. I'm sorry, college graduates. 50% are not on LinkedIn. How the fuck would he know that? Who is John? John DePietro show. He's always in the courtroom. He's a fucking Karen Reed's a killer supporter. "14 hours ago, Michael Gaffney. Looks as if the Turtle Boy dude was out cheating on Meredith. Was that why she was crying?" I mean, this is why I don't go. Aunt Meredith is baiting me and calling me a liar and posting messages I sent her in response to her harassment. I have receipts. Don't make me embarrass you more. Aiden was never faithful to you. I have all the messages. They are not appropriate for social media. Enjoy. Lisa Marie puts this out. 39,000 people viewed this. I'm not even reading this whole message. Aiden sent me some sexual messages as recently as last month. Of course, I spoke sexy back. It's part of the fun. Oh my God. It wasn't as deep as you think. He begged me for that voice clip. And he begged me to have sex on a video. So how ashamed was he? Oh my God. Yes, January, about 5 weeks ago, dick pic videos, the whole thing. He has been sexting with me for years. I never wanted to be in a relationship with him. I never tried to be in a relationship with him. That's not what it was. Grow up and be an adult. In fact, Aiden is the only guy I've slept with in fact, Aiden is the only guy I have slept with in the past 4 years. Who the fuck is this? So his constant sexting was kind of perfect for me. I'm 44 years old, way too old to have another notch on my belt. But the only reason it was a one-night stand is because I did not see him again. Oh my God, what? Who are these people? Who the fuck are these people? I don't talk to Meredith. We're not together, and she won't be at court tomorrow. But I know who is behind the Cadence account, and it's not her. Remember, you thought I was Larry Legend, so you're frequently wrong. Not going to address the Kate Peter stuff? That's what I thought. You have a lot more in common with Kate than you do with me. You're supposed to be my friend, and you're online complimenting her while she makes videos filled with lies about me. Do you think that that's okay? Do I need to remind you what Kate Peter has done to me? These people are all fucking sick. Bitch, if you have such receipts, put the fucking dates on it, Lisa Marie, you motherfucking bitch. That's what I would say. Where are your fucking receipts? They're not CVS. I want dates. I don't want your little clippity clip shit. Show me the fucking date of the message. Cunt. That's how I handle trolls. Bitch, back off. That's why I don't. Jesus. Oh my God. Oh, she's coming back on. We're getting some noise. We're getting some chatter. I hear it. Yeah. The stories that fan could tell. Absolutely. You guys hear the dialing up? Can you guys hear it? Court is not canceled for today. If court is canceled today, I'm going to show you guys some serious receipts. Okay? Axiom expert.
Physics examiner at Aperture. We jumped on Axiom pretty early on because it had support for the most artifacts. So it supported the most applications. It supported the most deep dive data. So your device activity, your application usage. It did that in a way that was easily understandable so we could relate that to our clients.
Oh my God. You fuck all these people. You know what? I'm gonna look into all these motherfuckers' cases. Unbelievable.
John, why do you lie every day?
I'm lying right now.
Why do you lie every day? You go in there and you lie. We read your tweets. You're misrepresenting what's happening there. No, you're lying. You're lying, John. How much are they paying you to lie?
Now, hold on. Listen, Turtle, all right? Do I have to you're not supposed to be doing this. This is supposed to be the buffer zone. You're not supposed to be doing this.
Doing what?
And on top of it, you're
You don't like when people ask questions?
Right now.
You ask Karen Reed questions.
I'm live read right now.
So you're allowed to ask questions, but I'm not?
Yeah, but she's not broadcasting and I am. So
No, I'm broadcasting.
Chupa. Listen, Turtle. Listen, Turtle.
John, why do you lie every day?
I'm live right now.
Why do you lie every day? You go in there and you lie. We read your tweets. You're misrepresenting what's happening there. No, you're lying.
This individual to move along instead of interrupting. So you can check that. It's actually a policy that you're not supposed to interrupt a broadcast. So, all right, you can keep filming me like that. So, with your glasses.
With the
So why don't
glasses.
you go tell them that you want them and their families to burn to death in their homes? Okay, that is certainly the words of a domestic terrorist.
I don't want that.
Yes, you do want that.
No, not at all.
Now listen, I've asked you 4 times, and you can look it up. You're not supposed to interrupt a broadcast. You go over there and do that. I'm live right now, right? And he is coming over and interrupting broadcast. And I'm actually on the radio, and there's a policy that you're not supposed to interrupt someone doing a broadcast like this. So could you ask him to move along? What is your point?
Well, I was just trying to ask him a question.
No, he's interrupting. You can wait till I'm done at 2 o'clock. You can wait till I'm done at 2 o'clock.
Am I not allowed to ask him a question?
No.
I mean, I'm trying to start it in there, brother.
Yes, you are trying to start something. I see spilling wall.
I'm not the one that got the police.
I'll talk to you at 2 o'clock.
We don't want to make a big deal.
I definitely don't want to make a big deal.
You are trying to make a big deal.
Well, okay, John. Yeah, okay.
Let me do my thing.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I'll get going. But I mean, what the heck, John? I mean, just asking a question.
Why don't you go ask when someone's doing a live broadcast?
Because he asked Karen Reed the other day on the way into court. He asked her about OJ. Remember you asked her about OJ? You go, was OJ framed?
Yes.
So he can ask questions to Karen Reed, but I can't ask questions to him.
She wasn't broadcasting. What part of that? I know that all your fans are down there.
Well, what law says that I can't ask a journalist? I can't ask a journalist. Okay, John. If you say so. Okay.
Okay, John, if you say so. Oh. Sick. People are sick. Leona, did you see my chat about you highlighting my name on a live? But I was watching on replay. UK less than 11. I didn't. What's over under how many jurors get tossed? 2. All right, we're supposed to be starting this shit show in a minute. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. This guy, Alan Jackson's LinkedIn. This certainly looks current, but Alan Jackson for Los Angeles County District Attorney 2012. LA County District Attorney, Pepperdine University School of Law. That's where he went. Alan Jackson is a candidate for Los Angeles County District Attorney in 2012 as LA County District Attorney's assistant head, blah, blah, blah. Commonwealth still reeling from disastrous aperture witness, now seeking removal of jurors that couldn't hold back their visible reactions. Carl Steinbach, 28 minutes ago. All Christina Rex, all 18 jurors were present. Media still in downstairs hallway waiting. It's highly unlikely we would get an explanation for this if testimony resumes as normal after. Nobody except those in courtroom knows what's going on. So any internet speculation is not true. Thank you. See, I appreciate you like that. Everyone except lawyers was just asked to... Here we go. I really won't. I got time for this shit. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Please be seated.
All right, so jurors, I still have a couple of questions for you. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? And we've discussed the other two questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that no one discuss this case. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case, no comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started. We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go till 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Hanley will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
Here we go. Dr. Wolf, witness 30.
You solemnly swear the evidence you to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
And this is,
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
he's going to say
All
what's
right,
sworn to.
whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Isaac, Aizik. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, WOLF, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much percent of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually two separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in, could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month, basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member or fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull-Based Society?
Yes.
And is that brain related?
It is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis, and severely head injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who were unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG, SOD, and severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after a brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, imaging of craniocerebral trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in emergency room assessment of the head injury patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, intracranial injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment first.
Were you an author of a journal article, intracranial pressure in non-traumatic ischemia and hypoxic cerebral insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, post-traumatic cerebral infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain x-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly. And so we classified them and delineate them in the paper and discuss the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
Thank you. And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a characterization?
It's basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum. That connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back at the beginning. You said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes. I mean, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain, into his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. We again request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to that.
Thank you.
Well, Hank's gonna fluff this up a lot. Mike from Punches. Bingo. We don't have a bingo yet. Those are the bingo words. Double rows. 2 rows. And then the witness marks to the jury. You guys, this is a really, I don't doubt anything that he's saying. I don't doubt anything that he's saying. John was found laying on his back. We'll get to the good stuff. Dr. Wolf did not say to a degree of medical certainty. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. All that type of stuff's going to come up in cross-examination. You have to wait till cross-examination. Cross-examination is when always the truth comes out in both witnesses. Like anytime there's a witness, just wait till the cross. Cross-examination of any and all witnesses, doesn't matter if the defense crosses somebody or when it's a defense witness and then the Commonwealth crosses them. Where truth is found in trials is in cross-examination.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota?
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes. I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple of detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup contre coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped. And it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup counter coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, I mean, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial. And it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were a caveman, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll tell it. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull, and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma. So it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of. And yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And That's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin.
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case by case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass.
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they pass is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
All right.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. Let's wake everybody up.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning, Doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make a cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
What type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease.
There's no one dead?
I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in.
I am, you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is
Sign her up. Sign her up.
go to
This is crazy.
a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry, with the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk,
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
we're going to, 165, Your Honor.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf, you're all set. So you get out of here.
Thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
May we have a moment to inquire of our next witness?
Sure. And when I see counsel outside our jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Yeah, because it has nothing to do with, like, it's like we're not disputing what you're saying. We're not disputing what you're saying. we're disputing, did you fall and hit your head backwards because a car hit you or because of something else? Like, it's exactly what you'd want to do with a doctor like that. Like, you. They let Hank's big. When you.
Jurors, you may realize that that went quicker than we thought. So we are ahead of schedule. So why don't we take that morning break that we can take? So we'll take 15 minutes.
All rise for the court, please.
His big like you. If you don't want someone, you don't want to like point out her body. You just like, yeah, we don't have any. There's nothing to say about it. He's describing. He's a brain surgeon. He's describing the brain. Okay, he's describing an injury that he can't tell you how that injury happened. Hank's idiot. So okay, great. I guess Christina Hanley wasn't in the building. So they need to track her little ass down and say, hey, where are you? Oh, I'm just down here hanging out with Turtle Boy. I'll be right there. Ridiculous. So stupid. Hank's big Dr. Wolf. Dude, he's like, you flew me all the way in here for this shit? I'm disappointed in Leslie. There's nothing to do about it. They didn't need to. He doesn't do that. The pathologist did it. They already did it all with the pathologist. They're reading the jury. The jury doesn't need to hear anything like that. What did you guys hear that was like, oh my God, what he's testifying to means Karen Reed hit him with his car? I fell asleep. I mean, Hank thought that. Did you guys hear anything in there? You're just like, oh my God, wow. Oh wow, wow, I can't believe that. No, there's nothing there. I'm surprised the camera doesn't need to be up. All right, guys, I have a question for you. If somebody hands you a bill for $500, okay, and they said they did a list of things, and then they go and they give you let's say it was a car, and so yep, here's my recommendation after I went ahead and did a diagnostic, blah, blah, blah. I looked into this. I went and researched this. I did this and this. And so what you paid for was for that accurate information, right? Well, what if you go and you get information that shows that what they had provided you with was not accurate, right? And they're over here like, hey, well, you got to pay me for my $500. What would you do? Do you show them, well, everything that you told me is not accurate, and here's all the accurate stuff, and you could take your $500 and you could shove it up your fucking ass? What would you do? Carfax? Now, let's insert an attorney instead of a car, instead of a lawyer, or instead of a mechanic, it's a lawyer. I'd be pissed and demand my money back. Valid question, Lana. Now let's just insert the word attorney there. And an attorney is supposed to do X, Y, and Z. Hey, go talk to this person, get this information, yada, yada, yada. And you're going to see that what the other person is saying is totally fucking absolutely false. But you need to go get these records that'll prove it. And then you said, fuck it. I'm going to go do this shit myself. You go and do it. You go get the records. You go get all the information to prove what the person said was false, right? You did all the work. You did all the stuff, boom, boom. And you then fucking hand it on over to this attorney and you're like, here's what you fucking didn't go and get. Here's what I said to go and get. And if you would have gone and got this, it's right in front of your face that the reports are not indicative, and in fact, they're opposite of what's being claimed. And I want them subpoenaed and in a fucking courtroom to testify to the goddamn report. I'm still going to need my $500, Miss Oriani. $500 for fucking what? I'm not paying you for something that you didn't fucking do. Or if you did do it, you did it wrong. Because you fucking netted the wrong information. You dumb fuck. The fuck you don't get? You can take your fucking bill and shove it up your fucking ass. Here's the fucking information that's right. Which shows that I don't know what the fuck you did. But I'm not paying you for the work or the job that you think you did that netted the wrong fucking results. The hell is wrong with people? I'm not paying you. Is that how you respond? I mean, I think this person has absolutely lost her mind. Good morning, so-and-so. Did you not see the message I sent you yesterday? Titled Perjury? I went and obtained the records. I then went and made a phone call, recorded the phone call, have all the information for you, and the records as well as the phone call prove everything that I said it would have proved in 2022. And what the fuck have you done? And you're asking me for pay you $500? What are we going to do about the fact that you're wrong? Your conclusions are wrong. What are we going to do about that? What are we going to do about your conclusions are wrong? Because you didn't go and talk to the right people to get the right information to then have a valid conclusion. What are we going to do about that? I don't give a fuck about your $500. I'll piss on your $500. You want your $500? Then do your fucking job and make it all right. You're never getting $500 out of me. Have you lost your mind? $500 for what? Oh my God. The day I do a job and I do it wrong and somebody sends me the information to like throw it in my face, like, here's all the right stuff and you're over here. The day that I would have the balls to send somebody a bill for my time to say, here's $500 you owe me. Fucking wow. America is lost, man. This is absolute wild shit. I basically show you that you ain't shit, motherfucker. You were wrong. You didn't do your job. And here, your response to that is, I'm going to send, where's my money? Your money for what? Have you lost yourself? I think you have. I don't know who these people think. I mean, have they lost themselves? I said, go talk to this person, get the report so that it is a certified copy, and you will see that none of this is true. That report has it. Go get it. That's your job. Go fetch. No, I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm just not going to do it. Instead, I'm just going to believe the other person's word. And so therefore, since you can't provide me with anything that says the other person's word is not true, I'm going to side with them. I'm not saying anything. I'm saying, go get the report that you need. It'll be right in the report. Don't take my word. Don't take that person's word. Go get the fucking report. And then go ask the person that wrote the report who was present. Why would I be saying anything? No. Why would we ever do something so fucking logical in our lives? I mean, lawyers have lost their minds. I can't even believe it. I cannot even believe the audacity of people. Pay you $500. I just sent you an email that showed you that you ain't shit, motherfucker, and that you didn't do your job. And because you didn't do your job, all of this shit's wrong. And what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do to fix your fucking mistake? What are we going to do? And I'm being kind to say, what are we going to do about it? Motherfucker, what are you going to do about it? I'm just going to write Lana back and say, you have to pay me that $500. That's what you think the answer is? Oh, wow. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for writing that, because I'll be using that against you. Fucking idiots. This is the shit I deal with on a daily. It's his participation payment. I mean, absolutely unbelievable. People are just out of their minds. I wouldn't pay for a job done wrong, right? Who does? Who pays for? What if somebody comes to your house to fucking install your television, right? You get a brand new TV, you pay for it all, and they come in, Geek Squad comes here, and you go to turn on your awesome TV with all your new surround sound, and it doesn't work. You call them up and you say, hey, you guys need to come back out here. I don't know what the hell's happening. I can't even turn my TV on. And this is a situation that's even worse because you opined on giving a best interest recommendation off of what? It's called bad evidence. It's called the manifest of weight is an improper material. That's what the fuck you just did. And I'm over here trumping your ass with the actual reports. And you have the balls to write me, where's your $500? It's under my fucking bra, bitch. Come fetch. $500. $500, wow. To do your job. It would have taken 10 minutes. 10 fucking minutes. Unbelievable. You guys like that? It's under my bra. Yuri's math teacher, John, 35,000 tractor monthly head straight up. Yeah. Bitch, give me my money. Like, dude, unbelievable. Lawyers, fuck these people. I don't even. I expect this to be paid in full before our meeting. What? Wait, I just sent you paperwork that showed that what you're billing me for was all wrong? And you want me to say, yeah, get out of here! Who the fuck does that? Dude, nobody has any self-fucking preservation. No self-pride anymore. Dude, you just got your fucking dick put in your own ass and then you write an email like that. Ah, what an idiot. Sorry, but dude, absolutely insanity. I cannot wait to blast this fucking shit wide open. I'm working on another scandal over here, guys. I'm gonna expose the fuck out of the court system. Huge scandal going on in Columbus, Ohio, and I'm about to fucking unleash on this shit. I am the media, and I'm gonna expose it all. And if I didn't know any better, I'll just play the gay card too. Is Lana venting? No, I'm just pissed. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. And then we gotta fucking hear Bev breathing on people all day. Karen Reed's just literally getting circle jerked by the goddamn system. I mean, and America's watching it like a fucking soap opera. Like, that's America. Woohoo! You got fucking Aleshi pounding Shannon Burgess, and then what does Hank Brennan do? He gets up there and he asks if Bill Gates has a fucking degree. He asks if Steve Jobs has a degree. And he asks if Oprah had a goddamn degree. Like that cured a man and a company for what they've done. Unbelievable. And then here's America going out and tweeting about it like, yeah, see, exactly. It's like, wow. And you guys think that people are going to go back in a deliberating room and are going to free Karen Reed? Fuck out of here. It's not going to happen. Not with the brains that are on these people in America. Bev is taking a ton of smoke breaks. Man, a clip of now of doctor's testimony. He's a fucking brain surgeon. Hank Brennan flew in a brain surgeon that works on live brains. And then here we are taking breaks. You got a guy switching a report in the middle of a trial. Unfucking believable.
Pay me my money for the job that I did wrong, and then I'll talk to you some more so I can continue to fuck up the job. Have you lost your mind? I don't know what type of hoe you be fucking with, but I don't get fucked twice, okay? If I don't like it the first time, I don't go back for a second fucking. Pay me my money and then I'll talk to you again. What? No, I'm good. No, I'm good. I know how, at least, see, I'm not a dumb broad. I know what I can do to just trump your ass. So I'll do it. It's more time. It's more fucking time that I have to spend, but if I was not as smart as I was, and not a go-getter. Okay, sure, I'll pay you. Now, what are you going to do now that I just proved all of this stuff? I proved that you didn't do your job. I proved that you lied. I proved that they lied. And now what are we going to do about all of this? And I think that you're going to do something for me after I showed you that you lied and didn't do your job? You're going to somehow have my back? Yeah, right. No, I'm good. I get it, though. Absolutely absurd. Let's just read some tweets. Makes everything better. When you think you're having a bad day, just go read other people's fucking miserable lives. Karen Reed seems to have a huge problem with one of the jurors. Could it be all the yawning during Aleshi's cross? What? Bev is questioning each juror individually. Nobody knows why, says the Glare. Any rumors you hear are exactly that, rumors. I'm in the courthouse. Nobody knows what's going on. Anyone who says they do is lying. Breaking. The question Brennan should not have asked. His experience is difficult from a pathologist. Yeah, that's why there was no cross. John DePietro show. Hank Brennan drops a Monday bomb. These people! What fucking trial are you watching? Hank Brennan hasn't dropped anything except the load in his pants after fucking Shannon Burgess got all red. We had to have a longer break because somebody was a cleanup at Walmart aisle 3. Hank Brennan shit himself. Wolf, like the real thing. He gets up at 4:30 a.m., works 300 out of 365 days, did 2 surgeries yesterday, and has 4 more tomorrow. Also has smoked 65 cigarettes this morning. Oh, shit. Breaking news. Shannon Burge is being drug tested. Grant Smith Ellis says, oh, this is heartbreaking. John O'Keefe had a 33% chance of living through the brain injury if Karen Reed had called for help in the moments after John was allegedly sideswiped by Karen's car while Karen was drunk driving at 12:32 a.m. Furthermore, a brain surgeon testifying for the state told jurors John died slowly over multiple hours with all of his head injuries caused by hitting the cold, hard ground from hypothermia and the impact of that brain injury. Did you guys hear that? Because I was right here. Did you guys hear this? Is that what he testified to? Ted Daniel says, Brennan calls Dr. Wolf a brain surgeon. They took him out of order because he has surgery scheduled tomorrow. Dr. Turtleboy. Bootleg Dr. Wolf says that John O'Keefe's head injury came from falling backwards and hitting his head. This once again includes the possibility that he could have hit his head on a stair, a wedge bench, or anything else inside Brian Albert's house. At the first trial, Dr. Scorty Bello testified that he could have been hit with a blunt object in the back of his head. Microdot said a day ago, people have been asking me about this clip. I didn't include it in the video because I didn't think it was strong enough. People say Brian Higgins is holding something in his right hand. The last frame, it looks possible, but not in the frames leading up to it. What do you think? I can tell you that I don't think Brian Higgins is, everyone's been asking about what do I think about his knuckles. Do I think his knuckles, I'd have to see his fat fucking hands, on a regular day. Oh my God. Jonathan Lee Riches says 17 hours ago, Whole Foods is across from the parking lot of the Capitol Grill. Karen Reed and Alan Jackson recently seen buying booze at Whole Foods location. Hell yeah. Thank God somebody's boozing. Holiday Inn across the street at 4 Points Sheridan is down the street. Per towel sources and online chatter, Karen Reed and her legal team have been eating lunch at the Capitol Grill in Dedham up to 3 times per week recently. Interesting. Sounds expensive, says Grant Ellis. Jesus Christ, these people. Oh, for fuck's sake. Jonathan Bowen, breaking news. My sources inside the Norfolk County Superior Court have told me that the jury foreperson passed a note to Beverly Cannone late this afternoon. The jury has decided unanimously to convict Hank Brennan for the crime. Breaking news in the Brian Kober case. The defense has put in a motion, this is real, for a continuance. We shall see. According to Jennifer Koffendorfer, she said, yeah, 2026 for a trial at the earliest and possibly 2027 or later was my estimation. We shall see if Judge Hippler approves. I haven't made any hotel reservations for August. Sadly, a continuance would be so hard on the families. Well, yeah, they're gonna motion for a continuance to fucking let the Dateline fucking hit piece clear out. Well, that's what you get when you guys fuck around. So I could see it being granted. You guys, how come my thread has nothing but these anti-Karen Reed people? This person who calls herself, I know I said I hit him. Hashtag free Karen Reed. How can we trust a liar? Also, hashtag free Karen Reed. We trust Karen Reed. I mean, she says, I saw John go into the front door. I saw John go to the side door. I saw John put his head in the door. I saw John put his leg in the door. I saw John go in the house. I texted / called John while I waited for him outside. In voicemail, no one knows where you are. In text to John, I'm in Mansfield. I last saw John at the Waterfall Bar. There is missing library footage of me driving by. I don't know how I broke my taillight last night. I never said I hit him. I mean, why is my fucking thread just full of these absolute ass clowns?
Put back in session, you may be seated.
All right, may we have Ms. Hanley, please?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And then I'll remind you, you're still under oath and to keep your voice up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, if you could, just please introduce yourself to the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
If this takes longer than 15
Sure.
minutes,
I'm
gonna
Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, given the break, if I could just ask you a few questions just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show counsel? All right, thank you.
I gave Mr. Jackson my copy, yes, thank you. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took.
Unless he wants to stand next to the fucking people, the witnesses, now Lally wants to do it. I mean, he is literally a chameleon. God, have a fucking brain of your own.
It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding that's showing a physical match between those two items.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
Alan Jackson on the cross. Thank God it'll be quick.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490. Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you two other photographs. If you could just look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those as?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A and B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 196A and 196B.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, just remind the jury as far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you could enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received it. So there's the several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. And if you could enlarge that just a bit. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as a comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
And if you could just remind the jury, as far as a physical match, what does that mean?
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have broken irregular edges, if those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm presenting you with 4 photographs. If you could review those and look up when you finish. And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are photographs that I took upon my examination of items 7-12 and item 3-2.
Now, the Commonwealth is seeking to introduce and admit as the next exhibits, A through D.
No objection. Thank you.
Exhibits 197A through D.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please. And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514. And again, Ms. Hanley, can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Sure. So this is a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed veneer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518. Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
So this right here is item 3-2, and these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other two items that you analyzed or examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Single photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 198.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's They're just as a scale.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that one down. And Ms. Hanley, the last of those items, 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeking to introduce the next exhibit.
All right.
Exhibit 199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
So
And again,
the two screens don't match.
oh,
Thank you.
thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, again, if you could just describe for the jury what is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
This is the photo that I took of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the 2 pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those 2 lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes.
And which were they?
They were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same two pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the two pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
Did you do any comparative analysis between a piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis? What is that?
There you go, that's the boom.
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the Grimm instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14, I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent in instrumental properties, what does that mean?
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
Now, in addition to that comparative analysis for the glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
In addition to items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a taillight, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You have another single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce the exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you.
200.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9394. And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red plastic that I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item 7-18.18?
So 7-18.18 was debris that was collected from 2 pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange T-shirt. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so the clear piece of plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So the largest for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett, and the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a series of 5 photographs. You can review those and look up when you're finished. Generally speaking, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are the photographs that I took of 7-18.18.
The Commonwealth is seeking to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A through E.
No objection. Thank you. It's 201 A through E.
This is why there's no pictures of anything with the shirt, the sweatshirt.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9352.
This is fucking sick. This is so bad.
Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355.
A year and a half later, 6/29/2023.
And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more, please. Thank you. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366.
Oh my God.
And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
This is the frame job. Holy shit.
Lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369.
There it is. Look at those. Shardies. Little
Ms.
pets.
Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
From the debris.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Miss Gilman.
Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from item 3-1, the taillight housing plastic, to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from plastic debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, what types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer. And I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like, what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microspec?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph, and when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now, from your comparison of starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, from your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the tail light, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the tail light. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the tail light or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from item from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Actually, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Lally?
Entirely up to the court. I probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes, folks.
She wants to know, are you really going to say like 3 or 4 minutes? Because I don't want it to be 15. So it's truly going to be. Is this our last witness for the day? Do you expect a long cross? Because then if we can just do it till we go to 1:30, and then I can just tell the juries that we're going to leave at 1:30. You're going to have your lunch here, and then you can just leave. Little Bev's trying to be a little.
Like I told you earlier, we're ahead of schedule, so we will take a luncheon break, and we'll take an hour, so I know we'll take an hour.
We're gonna take an hour. We're gonna take an hour.
All rise to the court, please. Your notebooks, follow me.
We have an hour lunch break. All we've done, do you guys see? Who wouldn't want to go work for the fucking government, man? They don't work. Damn, man. Damn is all I gotta say. Damn. Damn. All right, so then we are going to be back here at 2 p.m. is when Bev says we will be back. Wow. I'll be popping in and out for the next hour.
Thank you. This court's back in session. Please be seated.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Hanley, when we left off, you were discussing the comparative analysis you did between item 7-18.18, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing or the plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a microspec.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 3 documents, if you could review those a couple of minutes, please. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with the first page of that 3 pages, what do you recognize that?
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
If I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data from for the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, the third page within that set, what do you recognize that?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits individually.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You want them marked individually or you in a set?
Individually, please. Thank you.
Exhibits 202, 203, and 204.
Thank you.
And again, Ms. Hanley, when it came to your analysis of the clear plastic material from the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight, what were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the
Yes.
exhibit numbers, but
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the clear plastic. And Ms. Hanley, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this, what's up on the screen right now?
Sure. So this is the FTIR comparison data of the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom.
Sorry. The top,
Sorry, I apologize, Your Honor.
That's okay.
the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, when you're comparing these two as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that you're looking at in your comparison as far as the data is concerned?
So when I'm comparing the spectra, I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic material from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, what did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the microspec data. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular data set?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and they samples that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides information of a sample's dyes or pigments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. We met about a year ago. First things first, you were just talking about some plastic pieces in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18, I left the one out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second.
Sure.
First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different, sort of different categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well.
Yes.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source that in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did, correct?
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I also want to ask you real quick about the taillight manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit, I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit, or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces? There is no glass in that taillight, correct?
I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent in the manufacture process.
I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you? Are your notes in front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission.
Yes, sure.
Okay, so I did not make any notation that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. Final point before we get into the actual analysis. On any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you analyzed and that you looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin, no biological material, no tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
Upon examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not in the bio material expert section of the lab, you certainly would have noted if there was skin or biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces. You were looking at them in many cases through a stereo microscope, correct?
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not, because you didn't see anything. You suggested that, right?
I think I just made note. I have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
But not biological material.
I did not note anything that would be maybe consistent with that.
Great, thank you. I want to talk about the comparisons that you did. And you'll forgive me, I'm a visual learner. So I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories.
Okay.
Linear categories. Category 1, item 3-2. Category 2, item 3-3. Category 3, item 7-12. Category 4, item 7-14. 3, 2, 3, 3, 7, 12, 7, 14. Can we talk about it in those particulars?
Sure.
Okay. 3-2 was the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to use the word cup rather than glass for obvious reasons. You can get confused by that. So when I say the cup, do you know what I'm talking about?
item 3-2.
Great. 3-3 are the 5 items that were found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by MSP or crime. Okay?
Yes,
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items, glass items, that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan in an evidence envelope, correct?
So sustained as to who they were recovered from.
Sure. Did you receive the items along with an evidence envelope?
I need to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, under normal circumstances, the packaging comes with labels. It gives you reference about where things came from. For instance, when Mr. Lally asked you, were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were given, correct?
That was the description of the item in our limb system.
Okay. And going back to 7-12, that's our third category, was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall that?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Well, what it said on the evidence envelope, that's what I'm asking.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second, but fair enough. 7-12, 9 items, A, B, C, D, E. And if my memory serves, I, K, and L.
I'd have to refer to my notes to.
Can you please?
Yes. So the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Great. And then finally, what was in 7-14, that's an easy one, 1 piece of glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
If I could, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to hand you photographs. That should be 2 photographs of the exact same thing. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I've never seen. I did not take this photo.
Understood.
So I'm not. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen
Yeah.
that photo. Does it look like the cup?
It looks consistent with the cup.
Okay. Take a look at the second photo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
I did not take this photo. It appears to be a photo of a container that another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
And item 7-12 once again included plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking
The
about.
one
Oh,
under the red tape.
yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
So I think that that label sorry.
Sure, can we bring these over to side?
Sure.
jurors, sometimes we're at sidebar in an effort to try and speed things up. So even though we take your time that way, this should make things move a little easier.
So you can cut back, come back on here, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Ms. Hanley, I was asking you previously, we'd already looked at what's been marked for identification as triple G. I was asking you about what has now been marked as triple H. If you'll just look at that, what I'm most interested in is, do you see a name, a trooper's name in the middle of that evidence bag?
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay, and just so we're clear, that bag is associated with 7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have,
I
yeah.
realize that. It says 7-12
Yeah.
right on the photo. doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that's all I need. Taking a look at what's been marked as triple I for identification. Do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
What name is that?
It's actually a little hard to read. It looks like it says, it could say Trooper Proctor.
Okay, and that is associated with 7-14, our fourth category, correct?
It is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. And finally, does that, which has been marked as, for identification at least, as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that the analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be analyst Valier.
Correct.
You see her initials there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the four categories, just so we're clear and we can stop using so many numbers because they can get confusing. 3-2 is the cup, right?
Yes.
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
That is correct.
7-12 is the Buchanan glass, correct? You just looked at it.
Yes.
Okay. 7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
Correct.
So when I make reference to those items by those names, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
Hesitant.
No, I just, I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to stay with you.
My brain will melt if we continue that way.
Can she do it both, Mr. Jackson?
Sure. Any way that you wish. I have another document that I would like to approach with, if I could, with the court permission.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that. You've got a copy of this. Have you ever seen that before, or a variation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Shot last year, correct? Or something close to it last year?
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
Okay. If there are any others, Mr. Jackson, why don't we bring all the
This is it.
So I think I gave somebody the copy that I was using. I need a copy.
If I may approach?
Yes. Thank you. All right, so let's mark this first for identification.
Happy to.
KKK for ID.
Ms. Hanley, if I could ask you very briefly, I want to go through this chalk with you for a moment. Do you recognize something on the left, looking at the first category? Do you see 3-2?
Yes,
How is that described?
it's described as a cup.
Okay, and you see that there's a photographic representation of the cup just above it, correct?
It looks consistent with,
Okay. Moving to the second category. What category is that?
it's item 3-3.
And 3-3, first of all, there's a photograph above it. Do you see that?
Yes,
It appears to be of a bumper, correct?
yes,
You didn't take that picture.
I did not.
Okay, let's look down beneath it. You indicated that there were 5 items in 3-3, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Do you see A, B, C, D, and E represented in that category on this chart?
I do see A, B, C, D, E categorized, yes.
Great. Under A, you previously testified that the bumper glass sub A in 3-3 did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Did not match anything in 7-12?
Sorry, just give me one moment. That's correct.
And did not match anything in 7-14?
That's correct.
And you see those represented by sort of the international symbol for negative, correct? A circle with a line through it. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under subcategory B, glass B, or item 3-3B, did not match the cup, did not match 7-12, did not match 7-14.
That's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Finally, with regard to E as an echo in that same item, 3-3, you see that there is a green indication that glass recovered by Proctor does match, or did match in your analysis, or was consistent with the item in 7-14, correct?
It was consistent microscopically and instrumentally.
Does that accurately reflect that finding on this chart?
Yes.
Okay, now turning to category 3. There were 9 pieces of glass that you looked at, correct?
Correct.
A through F, I, K, and L. Is that right?
If I could just reference my report to make sure.
Of course.
Yes, those are the correct letters.
And A, B, C, D, F, and K all matched the cup, correct?
Again, I would just need to confirm with my report.
Take your time.
Yes, so A, B, C, D, F, and K
All matched the cup.
had a physical match to 3-2, the cup.
Is that accurately represented on this chart? With green.
Yes.
And E is in echo, I is in India, and I think that's L is in Lima, did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, is that accurately represented on this chart?
Yes.
And finally, the last category, 7-14, that is the single piece of glass that was recovered by Trooper Proctor. That did not match the cup, and it did not match anything in 7-12, correct? need to check your notes, feel free.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission with the amendment that the court indicated at sidebar of triple K.
Okay, I'm going to allow it in.
205.
205? Your Honor, the court indicated that it would like to see us before anything's published to the jurors.
Okay, come on over for a second. Actually, have those have those been done?
It has been done, and I was going to explain it sidebar.
All right, then come on over. $205.
Thank you. Request permission to publish.
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, you see the chalk that's been, or actually what's been marked as Exhibit 205 in evidence on the screen?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your attention to the screen on the right, just because it's a little easier and I think the laser pointer shows up a little better. Do you see the 4 categories represented in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So 3-2, I'm going to go over it very quickly one more time, just visually. 3-2 on the left is the cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3 represents the 5 pieces of glass of what we call the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
7-12 is the 9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And finally, 7-14 is the single piece of glass recovered by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see. Taking these one by one, looking at starting with the bumper glass, category 2. Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 7-12 or anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
Piece B did not match the cup, did not match anything in 7-12, did not match anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And moving over to category 3, there were some matches in these 9 items, 6 of them, A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes.
But what those matched, Ms. Hanley, with a cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match the cup were E, I, and L. Is that right?
That's correct.
Moving back to category 2, however, there was one thing, item E, that did match something in this series of categories. Isn't that right?
not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right. And this was an item, the only piece of bumper glass, the only piece of bumper glass to match anything else in your analysis. Matched what? Or was consistent with what?
So item 3-3, piece E, was consistent in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is the single piece of glass recovered by Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing that you analyzed coming from that bumper matched the cup, did it? Nothing.
Physical match comparison, there was no physical match comparison to the cup.
Are
we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
We can take this down, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Lally?
Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as you were asked some questions on cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that that was done in another unit, correct?
Yes, if that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. You need more, Mr. Lally, before you move on.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were just presented, as far as the 4 photographs that were depicted in there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I just have the description that's put in the LIMS system when it's submitted to the lab.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered by Ms. Maureen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know that each of the 4 items were recovered by different people on different dates at different locations?
Yes.
Ha! Sit down, Lally, you fuck. Hi, guys. Welcome. Boy, oh boy. I think Alan Jackson just handled her. That was a great little slide presentation. Welcome back. Lally. Lally, you didn't. Tisk tisk. This is a mess. Well said. Priceless. Welcome back. Yeah. Woo! Woohoo! Jax, give a shout out. What? Give a shout out. Say what's up. What's up? What's up? What's up?
Ms. Hanley, from your conclusions that you testified about before, you found that the item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct.
And you also found that piece E from item 3-3, the bumper glass, was consistent with the single piece from item 7-14 that was found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also found that items from 7-18.18, the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, were consistent with the item 3-1, the taillight housing, correct?
Sustained as to form.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were presented with on cross-examination, was there anything in there about item 7-18.18 or item 3-1, either the taillight housing or the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Very briefly.
Very.
So in sum, not a single piece of glass on that bumper could be connected to that cup, correct?
There was no physical match to the pieces that I compared for physical match from the bumper. There was no physical match to the glass cup 3-2.
Thank you. So another way of saying that is not a single piece of glass that you analyzed on that bumper matched that cup, correct?
Sustained.
She said correct.
But the one piece of glass that did match something came from the same source, or was consistent with coming from the same source as the single piece of glass recovered when in possession of or bagged by Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
It was consistent with item 7-14.
That's all.
All right, Ms. Hanley, you are all set. I'm going to
Handled
use the
like-
council for a minute.
Yeah.
Feel free to stand up and stretch.
It's 3 o'clock. What is she gonna say? She's gonna say, "Do we have anybody here? What are we looking like? So tomorrow, who do we have? Should we call so and so today? Are they here waiting?" He's got Welcher and he's got Crosby. That's it. That's all he's got left. He's got Dr. Welcher and he's got Crosby. That is it. Question is are we going to start with anybody from 3 to 4? And normally, yeah, what are you doing? Well, we're just going to check with Mr. Lally. Like, do you have him here? Wow. Wow. Peggy escaped. She leave? These people. I ever hear multitask. These people take fucking 4 breaks a day. I mean, the nerve of these people running around like a chicken with my head cut off. That break, Sabba, break. Loser, you're losing, Bev. Project Incident Evidence, you loser. Who is Crosby? We'll find out. Okay, who's got a winner close to our double bingo? We got $25 up for grabs. Anybody getting close there? It's a double bingo. Double bingo. Otherwise, we're gonna roll it over. We're gonna roll it on over. We're building up for a mega bingo here. Press that button. Make sure you click that. Anybody close to it? Oh gosh. So that means tomorrow will be worth the 5 that would have been 30.
All right, so jurors, I know you don't like it when we're at sidebar. We don't like it when we're at sidebar, but I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule. And they've worked very hard to get us to this point where we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off. So you have tomorrow and Friday, a good long weekend. It's very, very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't say a word about this case. Don't let anybody say anything to you about this case. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. I believe next week, except for Thursday, are full days every day. Watch your social media use this weekend as well. Have a great long weekend. We'll see you here Tuesday morning, ready to go.
Oh my God. Yes. Yes. I love it. Your true colors, government. Love it. Love it. Just, you know what? We have Friday and Monday.
Goodbye.
Might as well have Thursday. Thursday, Friday, Monday, Saturday, Sunday, all off. You know what? The people I feel good about this for is people like Alan Jackson, Bob Alessi, Liza Little, people that have traveled out of the state to be in this state of Massachusetts. They deserve the break, but this is unbelievable. So we will be hearing from next Tuesday and Wednesday. Sickening. Absolutely sickening. Bev, Thursday.
So no one needs to see me about anything? We get cleared.
Put on the record that what's been marked for as actions that interpret evidence 205. We're in the process of printing a new one. The one that actually went into evidence is not the one that we showed.
Okay.
Instructions. We'll get that printed and to you. I think before we leave, I can just print it.
Right. I'd like it before we leave. So before you leave. So, all right. All right. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, board. All right.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 5 straight days. Enjoy it. Oh my gosh. Oh God. Okay. All right. Well, we'll be back here though tomorrow morning. We're going to talk about things. Join me here 9 a.m. Okay, 9 a.m. We're going to do the rumor mill. So, wow. Absolutely. Get your, this is for every mom out there that's watching. Get your grocery shopping in tomorrow. Buy for the next couple weeks. Do your thing. Love you guys. Peace out. Unbelievable. Government. Woo! I'll be doing an Idaho 4 live tonight. Yes. Yes. We're going to talk about, will Hitler continue the case? Idaho 4. Will it be continued? Well, all right, guys. Can't even. I'll see you back here tomorrow morning. Ta-ta, wee wee. Bye-bye.